Hello, Kayleen.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm fine. I'm waiting for the big storm to hit.
Yeah? Has it snowed there at all?
Not yet, but it sure looks like it. What about you?
No, we haven't had any yet, but it's sure gloomy out there.
Yeah, a gloomy, gloomy day.
Yep.
I got 2 books read today, though. I just stayed in the house. It was warm. It was wonderful.
That sounds nice. I always enjoy a day I can do that.
Me too.
Sadly, it doesn't happen very often.
No, there's always something.
So I noticed that you had graded the visit to the library, but I didn't
Yes,
ever submit
I was
one.
going to explain that because it's optional if you want to do that. And so I just gave everybody credit because most people
Okay.
do go to their school library and it wasn't a requirement, it was just a recommendation. It'd be nice to know what's available in your area. Most people already know that, but so I just put grades in. Yes, I put the 40 points in, yeah.
Okay. I was working on mine, but I hadn't submitted it, so I was just a little confused.
Yeah, I was going to explain that tonight. I thought I'd just do that.
Okay, thank you.
I've only ever had one student that ever didn't know where the library was, and she lived down in San Juan, and she said, it's probably 80 miles to my closest library. I've never been there, and I don't think I'll be going because I don't have any transportation. So everybody knows. It's just a recommendation that you know what's available.
I think it's a good activity, especially the
Some
ones at our
librarians got a
schools.
little
So.
huffy. When people came in with a survey and saying you need more of this kind of book and more of that kind of book, they got a little huffy too. So we had to watch that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's Laura.
Yeah, I had an IEP meeting.
I'm glad you're here. Laura won't sit so you can see her, but Laura is here down the street down here.
I'm going to dread it next time. I'll have to be online the whole time next class.
Yeah, I wish we were all together. We could just share books and pass them around and look at each other. It's so much better to be in the same room. I used to have to drive clear to Park City, and then I drove clear to Salt Lake, and then I drove to Heber, and then they came up with the internet.
Louise, how long have you been teaching these courses?
When they started, I think it was 20 years ago or something, they started these. I taught all 7 of them, and then all the 6 bilingual ones. But that was too much, so I asked other people to help me.
That would be a lot.
There's Tammy. Hi, Tammy.
This is Lauren Clark. I'm here too.
Okay, Lauren, glad. Thank you. Tammy can't hear you yet, so find your mic.
My microphone was off. Sorry.
Now you're fine. Now you're fine.
Andy Townsend is here.
Thank you, Andy.
Hey, Mom. How come you didn't answer the phone?
Hi, Sarah. Answer the phone. Talk to your son.
I know. I was in a reading group.
Let me talk to that young man. I'll tell him to be more respectful to his mother. I see you have your Christmas tree up.
Yeah, we're ready here.
There's
Tony
Tony.
Robinson's
Hi,
here.
Tony.
Hello,
Hi,
how are
Tony.
you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Is it snowing there yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's cold, but no snow
Uh-huh.
yet.
Yeah. There's Jesse. Wow, and he's not even smiling. He always has a big smile on his face.
I'll change it to a smile.
I see you got your work turned in today. Better late than never. No, I'm kidding.
That's about how I roll anymore right now.
I know. Life is hard, isn't it? I'll bet you didn't have to step on the pond today and break the ice so the old bulls could have a drink today.
It was pretty cold this morning. It didn't have to
Uh-huh.
break much ice, but it's getting there.
Yep. That's what I had to do this morning. They wanted it so they could get to the drinks. Just where I'd like to be tonight, Jesse.
Where's
If I
that?
had I'd be in Las Vegas at the National Final Rodeo.
That would be a lot of fun. I looked at tickets, but I was like, it's the end of the quarter. I can't justify abandoning my classroom.
Yeah, we went last year, but we bought a big swather. And so when you buy a big swather, they kind of give you free tickets.
Yeah, those aren't cheap, are they?
They're not cheap.
Marsha Hunt's here.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcia.
Amy McIntosh is here.
Thank you, Amy. Hi, Corinne. I see you.
Hello. Happy Wednesday.
Thank you, Snow Day.
Lori Sudwicks is here.
Thank you, Lori.
And Suzanne Sheridan.
Thank you, Suzanne. I can see Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay.
Hi. Yes.
Stacy's here too.
Thank you, Stacy.
Ashley Hatton's here also.
Teresa Massananti is here.
Nicole Foldrum is here.
Thank you, Nicole.
Maria is here.
Thank you, Maria.
Cheyenne is here.
Okay, hello everyone. Let's go down the roll and see if everyone's here, please, on this possible snowy night. Did I hear from Bonnie yet? Bonnie? Not Bonnie yet. Brindy won't be here tonight. No. Brindy will be here tonight. Brindy won't be here next week. Brindy's in another class. Brindy, are you here yet? Not yet. Charlotte, are you there, Charlotte? Did I hear from you? Did we lose people? Charlotte? Cheyenne? Hello? Have I lost people?
Yes, Cheyenne is here.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't see you, but I can't hear from Charlotte. Is Charlotte there? No, okay. All right. Let's go to the agenda for tonight, please. Class 6, your last class. I'm going to miss you all. You can't believe how much I'm going to miss you. I won't see you again until April. That's when I come on again. Okay, class 6 tonight, December 8th. Any questions? Any concerns? You have another week before grades go in. If you have not been to the library yet, you will notice, though, I already gave you credit for going, because going to find a library was just an optional, good to know what's in the area. And I've never had anybody except one student a long, long time ago who lived down in San Juan. And she said, the nearest library to me is 80 miles, and I don't drive, and so I'm not going to the library. And so they decided at SUU that it's just a nice thing to do, to find your local library. And most of you have found either the school library or the local library. So that's just optional. So if you see you already have the 40 points, that's okay, because, if you have time, go to the library and see what they have. It's also nice to do that little survey. We did have a couple of librarians get a little uptight about it. How come you're in here surveying me as if I don't know what I'm doing? And they'd say, no, we're just trying to see if you have a good selection of all different kinds of books. It's just part of our class assignment. So anyway, it's optional. Any comments, questions, or concerns from anybody? Okay. Before we start, I have a fun thing I'd like to share with you. Can you see the book I have up now. Speak up if you can see the book on my. Have we lost everybody?
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh, okay. I told you that in Provo, they have what's called the Timpanogos Story Festival. And it started many years ago, and I had to present there 3 or 4 years, and now it's gotten so big that you can hardly get in anymore. Now I think they do it at Thanksgiving Point, and they do it along in July or August, and they bring artists and authors from all over the world. It's gotten to be a huge, big thing now. But many, many years ago, when I was going, there were a couple of men there. That one was named Oliver, and one was named. Let me see what his name was. Let me check his name again. Oh, Sam. Yeah, I remember Oliver. I didn't remember Sam. They were presenting too, and we had some time to kill when we're waiting between presentations, and we got talking about how there were so many, many good books out there. And all the people that were presenting were so talented. And we got, you know how you get sometimes down on yourself, you're not quite good enough. They were saying, well, yeah, but we read books, and we write books, but we're not good artists, or we're not good in drama, or we're not, and everybody was, I'm not good at this, I'm not good at that. And finally we decided that we were good on things. We were good on reading and enjoying literature. And then unbeknownst to me, Sam and Oliver lived in Ireland, but he was here in the United States lecturing at a lot of the universities. They decided to get together and write a book of what we were good at. And they wrote this book together called A Child of Books. Let me show you how unusual it is. The cover, every one of these, all these black ones are books that they had read. And together we had read, so many books, you couldn't believe it. Let me tell you about Oliver. Oliver was an artist and a storyteller whose work takes many forms. He's known for his distinctive illustrations and handwritten type. He's a figurative painter and an installation artist, and I didn't even know what that meant. He wrote the book called The Day the Crayons Quit, and he was one of the New York Times bestsellers. And he came from New York to this conference we went to. And then Sam was an artist, and he said, well, I'm not really a good artist. I just like to draw things. He said, in school, my teachers always said, well, that's okay, but could you do this one? Could you use more color? And he said, I got turned off in school for not being a good enough artist. So this is the book they wrote about A Child of Books. Let me get it so you can see it. I Am a Child of Books by Oliver Jeffers and Sam Winston. It starts out with just a pen and ink and a blank piece of paper. And they said, that's how we used to feel in school. Our teachers would give us a paper and say, now, write a story or tell me all about your life or draw these pictures. And we didn't have any ideas. We didn't know what to do. We looked at that blank piece of paper and just, turned us off. We didn't know what to do. But they realized, I am a child of books. And so they wrote it in kind of a childish way, and they did the picture of this little girl. I come from a world of stories. So they decided to write about this little girl, and this is what they said. A little girl, a child of books, sailed her raft across a sea of words and arrives at the house of a young boy. She invites him to go away with her on an adventure into the world of stories. If you read and have imagination, anything can happen. And so they just want to show how important it is to have books in your home and to read. And there's a little girl reading, and she's sailing away in her imagination. And then here's all these words. And I use my imagination, and I floated. So on all these words, she's learning things, and she's learning new words, and it just, you can talk about how many words did you learn today, and were there any familiar words, and she's floating across a sea of words. and it's coming up to where she is. I have sailed across a sea of worlds to ask if you will come away with me into my world of words. And there's her grandpa. She says you always remembered her grandpa read. Some people have forgotten where I live. And grandpa always read about serious stuff and important stuff, and she always watched her grandpa read. But along come these words, and I can show you the way. And then she meets this little boy who does not like to read. And she tries to convince him how wonderful it is to have words, to know words, and to say different words, and to make up words. And then it just goes mountains of words. And I travel on my words, and I learn about words, and I learn about the world, my make-believe. This is my mountain of make-believe. And she's climbing up these words with this little boy, trying to help this little boy who does not like to read. And then I go through a treasure trove of darkness. And here's all these words that she can learn. And she's learning about the world. We can lose ourselves in the forest of fate tales and fairy tales. And there's books here. She's trying to show him how important books are. And escape a monster in haunted castles. Your imagination can take you anywhere you want to go. And here's a ladder and a rope, and it's a rope of words. And then when they dream at night, they dream of words. And I shout as loud as I can, like up into space. I shout my words. For this is our world. And we are made from stories. This is the only colored page of all the things she read about. And you can see the cats she's written about, and the Little Red Riding Hood, and all the subjects they've studied. Our house is a home of invention because we have words where anyone can come and everyone can come. For imagination is free. And so they put together, they said, we are good at things. We don't have to be the best artist in the world or the best da-da-da, whatever you want to be. We can just be a child of books. And they put that together and made a lot of money on it. And I just thought that was interesting that they, you know, everybody complains we're not good enough to do this, and we couldn't write a book, or we couldn't illustrate a book. And they take that around to the schools, and they said, if you like books, then you have an imagination. And imagination can take you anywhere you want to go. So I just thought that was interesting. So if you have time this summer or can see about it, the Timpanogos Story Fair Festival is really fun to go to. They have featured artists, and you'll have all these names we've been talking about, and they'll have thousands of books for sale. We can't let Brindy go because Brindy's already broke. Brindy can't buy any more. So but that's just something to think about. So I just wanted to share that with you, that they wrote that book just because we were just talking. And they said, that's what children need to do. Just talk about your experience. And then don't force them to have to write a certain way. There is a article in our textbook, especially if you have the newest edition, called The Death of the Book Report. They said that's one thing they would like to shoot, is the book report. Children don't want to read because then they've got to do this big, long book report. What did it mean to you? Well, nothing, or I just enjoyed it. I don't know how to say that. So they just simply wrote a book that they are from a child, a world of books, and how lucky children are if they come from a world of books. Has anybody ever seen that book before? Speak up if you've seen it. I just wanted to share that with you. That just came out of two men just talking about how important it was. Let me see if I'll go back now to the computer. Switch back. Oh, got to go over here. There we go. There we go. Come back. There we go. So I just wanted to share that with you, a child of books. Very simple illustrations, but how important it is that we can do words. As we get started tonight, Andy would like to do her presentation first because Andy loses her internet toward the end of class. So Andy, would you like to be first now before we do other things, please?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you for doing that. So I wasn't able to find any of my books in my local library, so I linked a Google slide for everybody if you want to. It's just in our class 4 reflection because I
Can you-
figured you could go back in there and access
Can you
that if
see
you
it there
want
now on
to.
the screen, Andy?
What?
Can you see it on the screen right
Oh,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, I found it in,
Oh,
if you
thank
go
you.
to class 5, she put the link there.
Okay.
And this is what she did right here.
Perfect. Okay, so I had the year 2020, and there was a definite multicultural theme and a theme of acceptance. So the 2020 Newbery Medal winner and the Coretta Scott King Author Award was to Jerry Craft for The New Kid. It's a middle grade graphic novel. It's about a 7th grader, Jordan Banks, who loves nothing more than drawing cartoons about his life. But instead of sending him to the art school of his dreams, his parents enroll him in a prestigious private school known for its academics, where Jordan is one of the few kids of color in his entire grade.
Tell me when you want me to go to the next slide.
Okay, I'm actually looking at my slide, so let me go back. Yeah, so you can go down a couple of slides. One more, and one more. There we go. So as he makes the daily trip from his Washington Heights apartment to the upscale Riverdale Academy Day School, Jordan soon finds himself torn between two worlds and not really fitting into either one. You can go down. So these are the Newbery Honor Awards. And Louise talked to us about the scary stories for young foxes. That one looks cute. Other words for home, and then Genesis Begins Again. You can go down, and I've found some information about those. So other words for home, Jude never thought she'd be leaving her beloved older brother and father behind all the way across the ocean in Syria. But when things in her hometown start becoming volatile, Jude and her mother are sent to live in Cincinnati with relatives. At first, everything in America seems too fast and too loud. The American movies that Jude always loved haven't quite prepared her for starting school in the US, and her new label of Middle Eastern, an identity she's never known before. But this life also brings unexpected surprises. There are new friends, a whole new family, and a school musical that Jude might just try out for. Maybe America, too, is a place where Jude can be seen as she really is. Okay, and then Genesis Begins Again. So there are 96 reasons why 13-year-old Genesis dislikes herself. She knows the exact number because she keeps a list. Because her family is always being put out of their house, because her dad has a gambling problem and maybe a drinking problem too, because Genesis knows this is all her fault, because she wasn't born looking like mama, because she too is black. Oh, she is too black. Genesis is determined to fix her family, and she's willing to try anything to do so, even if it means harming herself in the process. But when Genesis starts to find a thing or two she actually likes about herself, she discovers that changing her own attitude is the first step in helping change others. The Undefeated, the 2020 Caldecott Medal winner, Coretta Scott King Illustrator Award, and the Newbery Honor Award. This poem is a love letter to Black life in the United States. It highlights the unspeakable trauma of slavery, the face and fire of the civil rights movement, and the grit, passion, and perseverance of some of the world's greatest heroes. The text is also peppered with references to the words of Martin Luther King Jr., Langston Hughes, Gwendolyn Brooks, and others, offering deeper insights into the accomplishments of the past while bringing stark attention to the endurance and spirit of those surviving and thriving in the present. And these are Caldecott Honor Awards, Bear Came Along, Double Bass Blues, and Going Down Home with Daddy. So Bear Came Along, I checked this one out, and it looks like a really great read aloud book about a group of funny animals going on a ride together down a river. So the animals learn that they need one another, and children love the suspense of the upcoming waterfall. Nick is an aspiring musician whose life spans two different worlds, his suburban school where he wows his friends in orchestra, and the busy city streets of his home where he's jostled by the crowd. Nick makes his way home from a busy day at school with a double bass on his back, the symphony of his surrounding in his heart, and a sweet surprise for the reader at the end of his journey. This is a sweet, melodious picture book about how dedication, music, and family can overcome any obstacle. The Power of History and Family Tradition, Going Down Home with Daddy. On reunion morning, we rise before the sun. Daddy hums as he packs our car with suitcases and a cooler full of snacks. He says there's nothing like going down home. Down home is Granny's house. Down home is where Lil Alan and his parents and sister will gather with great-grandparents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. Down home is where Lil Alan will hear stories of the ancestors and visit the land that has meant so much to all of them. And down home is where all of the children will find their special way to pay tribute to their family history. All the kids have to decide what they'll share, but what will Lil Alan do? And then this is Fry Bread, Robert F. Silbert, the Informational Book Award, and then a Native American family story. This affectionate picture book depicts an intergenerational group of Native American family members and friends as they make fry bread together. Readers learn that the food staple, although common to many Native American homes, is as varied as the people who make it and the places where it is made. Is that
The last one?
Yeah, that must be the last slide. So you can see there's a lot of diversity and multicultural, and even a couple of them were like mental health and overcoming obstacles and those kinds of things. So there is a good variety, but definitely a multicultural theme and a theme of awareness.
I was lucky enough to find them. So here's that first one called Other Words from Home, and The New Kid, and Undefeated. Undefeated is just an amazing picture, and the awards that it won are just something else. So that's a great one. But I really love this New Kid. The little thing, see, it's pictures like this. It's almost like a funny book. It's highly illustrated, every page. It's like reading and then some are black and white, but it's like a funny book. Lots and lots and lots of pictures. So that's The New Kid. I really liked it. I read it last night. It's a graphic novel. He's 7th grade, and he has to stay true to himself, and that's hard when these kids go into 7th grade or it's a whole new school. Middle school is hard enough without being the new kid. So that's a good one. And then I really like that one too. I haven't finished this one yet. I just started that one, but I love this Undefeated. So thank you. Any comments or questions for her? She asked if she could be first, please, because then she loses her internet. Any other questions or comments for her? Thank you for that. If you want to find that, these slides that she did there, go to go to the assignment page. Let me show you where it's at. Let me go to the assignment page. Let me go back to where we are here and go to the class tonight and go to class 4, I think it was. No, it's under assignments. It's under discussions over here. Nope, it's under assignments. There we go. It's under assignments. And if you go down to assignments, it says book talk right there. And then you'll find her link. So that's how you can find that and see those same pictures. Any comments or questions for her? Very good, thank you. She asked if she could please do that first before she has some trouble with her. Okay, back to our agenda. Oh, I'm on class 4. Let me get myself to class 6. Let me go up, get myself out of class 4, because we are in class 6 right here. Okay, remember we have been talking about Vygotsky. Lev Vygotsky, remember, was born in Russia, extremely brilliant, but so brilliant that, of course, the country shut him down because they didn't like his ideas, far-fetched ideas. But he came up with this whirlwind theory, that when we learn something, it should be short, intense, but then frequent. We talked about if you're going to play in a musical concert, you don't start practicing the night before. You start a long time ago, and you start lots and lots and lots of practice, and then you get more intense, and then you do it frequently. If you want to remember something, and if you want the children to remember things when they leave your classroom, then you need to review it. It says in a lot of our books that we teach it to them, and then we never go back and do it again. We expect maybe a test at the end of the quarter, and they're supposed to remember all these important things. But remember, there's 7 P's. What was the purpose of what you're teaching? Was there a principle to it? Back in class 1, we talked about this. How did they probe? How did they look into it? How did they make it part of themselves? Just like I'm a child of books. They had to read it for themselves. What did they ponder about it? How did they present it? And how did you present it? How did they participate? And how did they put it into practice? Okay, now you are on the firing line. You're in class. I'm the teacher, and I'm going to review what we just did. Think about the class we just finished. You're on your 6th class. You're finished tonight. How well did the children and adolescent literature class meet your standards? What was the purpose of our class? Think about that. Take a minute. Think about what was the purpose of our class. If you have any ideas, speak up. What was the purpose of this 6 weeks? Sarah, can I put you on the spot? What do you think the purpose of it was? Sarah, can you hear me? Sarah? Yeah. What do you think? What do you think the purpose was, Sarah? Your children are there. I'm putting you on the spot.
I know. Well, I think that the purpose of this class was to show us different books and give us different ideas on how to use them. We talked a lot about just many different books so that we knew what was out there.
Right. And remember, andragogy says that you will learn and use what really applies to you. Okay? The second one, which principles were stressed? Think about that. What principles did I stress? Did I stress homework? Did I stress writing? What did I stress? What was the principle of this class? Laura? Enjoyment. Okay, wait a minute. Laura has us. We have to find the mic. We're only allowed one mic in here. So Laura has to come up and use the mic up here.
Well, I know that you had stressed you wanted us to enjoy the class and enjoy the literature, and
right.
And then the 7P strategy was another thing that I noticed.
Good. Anybody else want to say something? The purpose? The purpose was not to test you, give you a grade, like so many. Think about your own teaching. Do your children in your classes know why you're there? Just because every class has a teacher, you have to have somebody standing up front? Or are you one of the learners with your classes? Think of the strategies you've been learning of how to have them enjoy literature. Do they want to do a great big book report? Are some children afraid to stand up in front and give a book report, or don't know how to give a book report? Or, what is the purpose of what you teach? Okay. Number 3 says, what probing and pondering have we done? And what will you do now in your classroom? Think about to yourself now. How am I going to use what I learned in the textbook and from other students? All you have to do is go back and read the classmates that you responded to on Canvas. There are so many good ideas there. I use this, or I don't use this, or I've tried that. Oh, I like your idea. So one of the probing and pondering is, how am I going to use this in my class now with all the different ages? How am I going to use it in content area? How am I going to use it for enjoyment? How am I going to be assessed or test them, or do I have to, or can it just be for enjoyment? Think about what you've learned. Our textbooks are different because we're in different editions, but I like the textbook because it's short and simple and gives you ideas. If you're not into historical fiction right now, and maybe like Jesse, who's in 1st grade, maybe they're not going to do any historical fiction this year, but he never knows what his assignment's going to be next year. So the book has some ideas. It gives you lots of examples at the end of each chapter. Examples of names that maybe you've heard of or maybe you haven't heard of that you might want to look at. So I hope you really made you think about it. Okay, the next one, how well did you participate? I think you're doing a wonderful job, all of you. I wish we were in the same room together where we could really bounce ideas off each other. But I think this technology has been effective and we've had a chance to share with each other and get to see each other's face. And how will you engage your students now to participate? Think about that for a minute now. Will I just do all the reading? Or will they do reading? Or will they be assigned? How am I going to get my children to enjoy it now? Think about that for a minute. Maria, you work with a lot of ELL students. What kind of literature do you use and how do you get them to enjoy it, Maria?
I've been reading them a lot of children's books. For example, today we read The Proudest Blue, and we talked about being proud of our culture in class. So every week I read them a different children's book.
Let me show you the book she's talking about. Let me move this out of the way. Move this out of the way and put the... Tell us about this, Maria, please. That's a great book. Tell us about it, please.
Yeah, so there is an older sister. In the beginning of the story, she chooses her first hijab to wear at school, and her little sister Faiza looks up to Asiya, is the older sister, and the mom teaches them to be proud of who they are and that people might make fun of them, but to not take their words to heart and to leave them aside because it's their words and not the girls. So Asiya sees people making fun of, or excuse me, Faiza sees people making fun of her older sister, and her older sister doesn't take anything to heart, and she just smiles and is happy that she is able to wear her hijab on her first time at school.
Thank you, thank you. I was lucky enough to find some teaching notes. If you would type this in, the teaching notes for The Proudest Blue, I just found it on the internet, and it goes step by step. For example, before you read the book, cut a circle in the paper and reveal a part of the blue color that features the front cover. It gives you some ideas of how to introduce the book. Invite them to speculate about the title and what it means. Look at the ideas about the illustrations. What do you think? Why are they facing to the right of the page? Talk about the reflection. Consider what the title might mean. Then it goes on to read the next page. What happened on this page? Do you think it's necessary to whisper? What about special and normal? What do those words mean? Reflect, and it gives you a whole bunch of teaching ideas on how to teach this book. So if you type into the internet, just simply type in the teaching notes for The Proudest Blue. It gives you lots of ways to present it and to ask them to think about things. What does it mean to be proud? Why do you wear these outfits? What can we do? How do we draw? So that's another idea. Thank you for that. Anybody else want to make a comment on that one? Has anybody else ever used it? It's new out there, just brand new. So I want you to be aware of that. Okay, think about, did you participate well in these classes? I've been amazed. Thank you. Thank every one of you for your comments. And they've been very timely, and the book reviews are excellent. Okay, the next one is present. Think about now, how will you present your literature now? And how will you have the students present it? Have you learned any resources, activities, or strategies? I've tried to give you some every week. Other people have suggested them too. Some of them will be applicable to you and some won't, depending on the age of the students you work with. But think about some of the strategies you've used now for presenting literature. And then the last one, practice. How will you and your students put into practice literature learned in your class? Will it have a moral for them? Will it have something that they can carry on, like that child, a child of books? I mean, here were two men that were already well represented in their fields, and they were thinking, I'm not really good at anything. All I can do is read books. Well, they were coming from a background of books. Very lucky, because a lot of children do not come from a background of knowing books important. And then finally, how did or will you and your students profit from all your planning to incorporate literature into their lives? Think back of the teachers you had. Do you remember any teachers reading to you? Do you remember somebody enjoying literature? What about your parents or your grandparents? Can anybody share any ideas? Did your parents help you, your grandparents? Yeah, think about the influence that people had on you, that you like to read now or you don't like to read now. My husband hates to read because his parents said, oh, we don't have time to do that. We have work to do. And so I don't know what they had to do. They lived in the city, but they had to work. And so he always thought it was a time waster. And I think it's the best use of time in the world. But anyway, think about that now. Think about how your students come with an attitude. How are you going to help them enjoy literature? Okay, now going along with his whirlwind theory, after reading the book now and talking about it, did you change your definition on what literature is? We had some ideas, didn't we? The literature is, all kinds of literature, and the book tells us all different kinds. Did you change your ideas on why or why not people read or do not read? In that first class, remember we had a big long list of why people like to read, of why they do not like to read. It's a good idea to ask your students that, even in first grade. Even little children will tell you why they like to read. They might be as simple as, I get to sit on Mama's lap while she reads to me. As simple as that. They have a good feeling when somebody's reading to them. So ask your students, do you like to read? Why and why not? And if they say no, well, let them figure out why not.
Louise, can I say something?
Yes, go right ahead, Stacy.
So I teach second grade. And so I have, we all have our low kids. And a couple of my kids, the boys, they probably read, one of them was reading at the beginning of the year, I want to say 9 words a minute. The other one was like 14. Then I have another boy that hasn't been in school. Actually, the other 2 haven't been in school in 18 months. So I've been really working on the skills, getting them to read. Well, our schools and our district's doing this wind time thing. And so I had today, next week we get they tested, and Dibbles is coming, and Arcadians. And so today I was just like, I'm just not over teaching the skills. Yes, I know I've got the rest of the year, but I was just thinking, they're always reading passages. They're always trying to do this stuff. So I turned around and found a level J book for them. And I turned around, I thought, please let them be able to read this. Please let them, we've worked so hard. So I gave each of them a different one. And I go, we're just going to read today. And their faces looked at me like, what? And they're like, well, no, what are you teaching us today? And I go, we're just going to read. These are really good books. I want to find out what your opinions of them are. They were the chapter books, but they're not thick at all. They're like 40 pages. They had pictures on them and stuff. You would have thought they were the best readers in the class. I mean, they're turning to each other going like, yeah, I got to chapter 3. Where did you get to? I got to chapter 4. They started talking, and one of them was funny. He goes, yeah, this Midge and Henry. And I'm like, oh gosh, it's Mudge and Henry, but that's okay.
That's okay.
But it was so, I legitimately thought, this is what I get paid for right here, just to watch them love to read a book and feel like everybody else in the class. So I just had to share.
Very good. Anybody else want to share? Let me show you one other book here. Let me go back to this one. This is a great, great big book, big picture book. Audrey Wood and Don Wood are well known, but they weren't always well known. About maybe 16, 17 years ago, they came to this Timpanogos Storybook Festival when there was probably maybe 50 people that even knew about it. It was just getting started. And she said, let me tell you a story why I wrote this book. She said, I've been teaching in the Philippines, and it's hot, and we've been outdoors a lot, and there's a lot of activity going on, and animals and, whatever you'd find outdoors. She says, I was trying to teach vocabulary, and I kept saying, explain what this word means. And they'd look at me like, I don't know. So I thought, let me look at their environment and see if I can get through to them. She said, if I gave them the word quick, she said, a couple of them just looked at me like, I don't know. I don't know what that means. And finally, one little boy said, look around me. Look at the crickets. Look how fast they are. Does fast mean the same as quick? She thought, hallelujah. He got the point. He got the point, the quick. So she wrote a book called Quick as a Cricket, using what they told her. Instead of her telling them what all these words mean, she said, we wrote this book together, and my husband illustrated it. And the first one is, I'm as quick as a cricket. She said, and all of a sudden, they had the idea because there were crickets, and they could see how fast a cricket was. And then we talked about what other words could be quick. What, instead of fast. And then what else could I do? What about the word slow? What do you think about? In their environment, they could see snails. I'm slow as a snail. What about the word small? I'm small as an ant. Relating to their environment, when she'd been lecturing to them and getting out books and dictionaries, she said, I should have just looked around me and asked them what it meant. I'm as large as a whale. She said most of them had never seen a whale, so they drew this big picture, she said, but at least they had an idea that a whale was large. I'm as sad as a basset. She said, I never would have taught them that. She said, I don't know what a basset hound was, but they knew because that was in their environment. I'm as happy as a lark because that was something that was familiar to them. I'm as nice as a bunny. She said, I don't like bunnies particularly, so I would have never written that. She said, but that had real meaning to these children. I finally was getting through to them. I'm as mean as a shark. I'm cold as a toad. She said, I didn't know toads were cold. They knew things I didn't know. I'd never touched a toad, she said. I thought if you touched a toad, you got blisters or something on you. She said, I didn't know that, she said, but to them, that meant something. I'm as hot as a fox. She says, I wouldn't have thought of that one. I'm weak as a kitten. She says, this really meant something to them. I'm strong as an ox. That one they really understood because they worked with them and they were in the fields all day. And to them, that was real strength because it was doing their farm work. I'm as loud as a lion, quiet as a clam. I'm tough as a rhino. I'm as gentle as a lamb. I'm as brave as a tiger. I'm as shy as a shrimp. She said, I never would have written that. But all of them knew what it meant, more than I did. And so we had to study about shrimps. I'm as tame as a poodle. She said, I never would have thought of that one either. I'm as wild as a chimp. I mean, we could see them in the fields and in the trees all around us. And I hadn't even really paid attention to them. And they knew that wild meant wild as a chimp. I'm as lazy as a lizard, busy as a bee. Put it all together, and you've got me. She said, my husband did the pictures, and this was one of the first books that we did together. She said, but I finally was getting through to those students. I was talking their language. I was talking educational jargon and dictionary jargon and those kind of things, and they were talking their real life. And so all of a sudden they had a whole new vocabulary because they could relate to it. I thought that was amazing. She said, I learned a lot. She said, I thought I was a pretty good author, and he was a pretty good illustrator, and but we weren't getting to the children on the children's level. She said, I even use this in the high school sometimes because they had words and they had meanings for them that I didn't understand. So I thought that was a real good example of getting down and using literature in their language, especially in the science area. I told you about a man called Ron Rohack, and he works with the ELL students. And he was a science teacher, big man, and they said, would you take these students that aren't doing very well at all in science and they're ELL students and teach them some science? And of course, he started with the book, and it was really hard vocabulary, high school science. And he thought, I can't even get them to open the book or come to class. So then and they were the lowest ones on the testing. He said, so I decided I would start with an experiment. I said we had to talk about genetics. I think I told you this story, and all the terms that go along with genetics. So I had them come in and make partners, boys and girls, and they had to flip a coin. If it came up heads, they had a choice that their baby that they were going to make would have red hair. Or if it came tails, it would have brown hair. And they had to design this baby by flipping these coins. Will it have blue eyes? Will it be taller? Will it be a boy or girl? And when we got all through, they had made this baby, and they'd laughed, and they giggled, and they talked about all these words. He said, and then I taught them the real words, the heredity and the science terms, but they could relate to it because they had already relaxed. They'd already seen that if you can't mix red and blue, you're going to come up with brown eyes. I mean, they had some experience. She said, and then in 4 years, the students in his lower, so-called lower students, were testing just as well on the test as the higher students because it was terms that they knew, reduce that affective filter where you get so nervous. So how can you use literature in content areas? Think about on all your content areas. And did you learn how to use all the different genres now in your setting? We learned in our textbook that there was a lot of genres, and all of them could have a purpose in your classroom. Let me show you a couple more examples, and we'll take a break. Another example, I saw this one used, let me put it back on the thing. I saw this one used in a high school. Let me move those out of the way to make room. This one's called Somewhere in the World Right Now. It's just one of the great big picture books, and it's a history teacher that was using it, and he said, today is like December 5th, Monday something. What do you think's happening all over the world today? What's happening in Roosevelt? What's happening in Salt Lake? What's happening in other places of the world? And they used this big book in this high school, and they talked about other places in the world. He introduced a lot of the continents, big picture books. Somewhere in the world is the deepest of the night. Someplace it's daytime. Just a great big picture. Some places there's animals that you've never seen. They talked about these things. Have you ever been to Kenya? Have you ever been to Uganda? They hadn't heard of these words. Using a great big picture book like this, he had them in groups, and they talked about things that somewhere in the world, what would be going on right now? Opened up a wonderful field. And then he used this book called Captain Bill Pinky's Journey. This is an elementary book, but it was used in a 7th grade, and it just is a big picture book. What are charts? What are maps? What do maps tell us? What can we learn from maps? What can we learn from the people around the world? What happens in South America? What might be happening in your world? Using great big picture books, and here's the words they really needed to know. What's a hemisphere? What's a harbor? What's a continent? But use them in a high school level. And then I went to the English class. They were using this book, and it's nothing but poems, pickled peppers. And they were going through it and using poems. And then the last class I went to was a science class, and it's a special ed science class. And he was talking about caterpillars to butterflies. He said, I've been over it and over it and over it and over it. We took this little quiz, and nobody scored really, really well. He said, then I found this big book. He said, we went page by page, and then they were saying, oh, I get it now. I understand it now. He said, and I used something like that to show, and they finally were saying, I get it now. I get it now. He said, and that's the most wonderful words I've ever heard. I get it now. He said, I wish they'd say, I understand it now, but they say, I get it, which is closer to what I want them to, at least understand. So look at literature in every genre. Your book gives you ideas. I've tried to give you ideas. Anybody want to speak up before we take our break? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll see you back.
Louise, just want to let you know Bonnie Covington's here.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm just going to call the roll and see the ones I missed. Thank you, Bonnie.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and Charlotte Severe's here too.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Louise, can you remind me where to find the link to watch the part that I missed?
Yeah.
Where do I find that?
It in her thing right here. Let's see, in book talks. Nope, that isn't it. Andy, help me out. Where'd you put it? Andy,
Yeah.
where do I find it again? Under assignment?
I put it in class 4 for our
Okay.
reflections.
Let's go to class 4 then and find it. We'll find it. Hold on, Bonnie. We'll find it. Go to class 4.
So if you go to the assignments.
Yeah, go. That's what I thought. Go to the assignment page, and then right here it says book talk right there.
No, well, maybe I actually linked it in class 4 because I just was thinking that people would be able to open it again even if they
Okay, let's go try class. Let's go to class
used it
4.
for other classes.
Just a second. Just a second. We'll get there. Hold on, Bonnie. We'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, lesson class 3, book class 3, class 2, class 1, class 4. There we go. Class 4, where you respond to each other.
Yeah, where you post.
There we go. Where you
discussions.
Where you post your discussion. Thank you. Thank you. We're finding it. Thank you, everybody. And we go down to where she put it in, right? Keep going. Everybody's comments. I love reading your comments. Brilliant comments. Just a second till we get down to the bottom, and we'll see where she put it in. Go down class 4, down to where Andy posted. Andy. Almost to the bottom. Just a second. Andy, okay, there's another one. Let's find another one for Andy posted. We're still coming down. Ashley, Jesse, Andy. There it is, right there. There it is. It's in class 4. If you go down to the bottom of the discussion where everybody shares, there's the link. I put it up on top of mine. I went to it and put it into slides and put it up to the top. But there's her link.
So this is her link for her books that she presented. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, that is.
Okay, and so that was for today, the first part of class today?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that would be great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Is there anything else? Yeah. Was there anything else? Was there anything else I missed the first hour?
We just simply talked about how if you haven't been to the library yet, I still gave you credit for it because that was an optional type thing. We encourage you to find a library and do the survey, but if you didn't have time or didn't have one close to you, you still got the credit for it. We just talked about that. And then we went along the modular about doing the 7 Ps, what we learned from this class.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
And
Yeah, I
Andy
noticed that
presented, and Andy presented this wonderful talk, this wonderful book share.
Okay, good, good. Okay, I'll take a look at her link. I appreciate that.
Any other comments, questions, anybody? Okay, you still have 5 minutes on your break left.
I have a kind of a random question. I'm wondering how you became the judge for Call the Clap.
I don't know. I guess I buy so many. I own them all. I own every one of them. And somebody just asked if I read really fast. Well, I know. I guess I do know. Evelyn Wood. I don't know if you've ever heard of Evelyn Wood's reading program. She had a reading program that came out a few years ago. She guaranteed that she could double your reading speed. And I thought, well, that's a good challenge. So I signed up to see it, and then she gave me my money back because she couldn't double my speed. And she turned my name in that I was a fast reader, and that's what they needed, somebody to read lots of books fast. And then they contacted me and asked if I would read books. And they would send me like 20 or 30 a week, and I would just review them and send my comments back. That's all. It only happened once, and nothing that I read got chosen. So, but it was fun. It was fun to read all these brand new books. Have you been asked before?
Sounds like
Have you
a
done
fun
it?
job.
Go ahead, Marcia. What did you say?
I'm sorry, we were talking at the same time. It sounds like a fun job.
It was. It was a great summer. Great summer. I just read all summer. Some of the books I liked, and some of them were, I thought, terrible. You look tired. Are you yawning or?
I am tired. I usually get a break here.
Couple more minutes. We'll come back together. Okay, we back together? Please find your textbook. I've lost mine, so please I hope you can find yours. There it is. There it is. Okay, realizing now that everybody's books are different. In the 6th edition, we're supposed to be looking at the chapters 14 and 15 and 16. 15 in the 6th edition is multicultural and international books. I don't know if that'll be yours in your book or not. Got to find my other book. Where did the
7?
Yeah, there's number 7. I found it over here. Number 7 is different. In number 7, number 15 is called informational books. So whichever book or whichever edition you're looking at, there's just a couple of things I just want to talk about. In the 7th edition, it talks about informational books, and I'm on page 207 if you have the 7th edition. And it talks about nonfiction. And it says, please remember these things. Research has found that some of the most prevalent viewpoints are incorrect. And one of the viewpoints that everybody said is that children do not choose nonfiction to read. And they said that is a fallacy. There's a proper notion that teachers and librarians say that children don't choose nonfiction. It says a kindergarten teacher who was certain that children preferred fiction found out they actually checked out a lot of nonfiction. So children like all types of things, and sometimes they want to know what the teacher wants them to read. So don't put your views onto them, so forth. So they love nonfiction. There's also some ideas for how to evaluate informational books. Look and see about the authority of it, the accuracy, the appropriateness, the artistry, and the appearance. That's on page 209. Sometimes children don't know how to choose informational books, if they're getting the real information or if they're getting a bias. So be careful about that. And then on page 211 is an evaluation guide. Let me show you, if you don't have this book, let me show you in my book what it looks like. It's a guide. Let me put it down closer. How to evaluate nonfiction. And that is a good guide, especially if you are doing older students, and how they can find good information in book and if they are accurate. We have to be very careful right now on how we portray cultures and LGBTQ, and there's a lot of controversy out there. So if you're reading a nonfiction book, there's a guide here that tells you what good nonfiction is. It also gives you lots of ideas of how to choose them, types of informational books, how to do journals, graphic nonfiction, graphic books, so forth. But I love the list that they give you of examples. Lots of examples of informational books. And then in my book, number 16 is controversial books. Look in the edition you're using and find which chapter the controversial books is, because it describes to you what the First Amendment is. Sometimes teachers are not aware of what the First Amendment says. As you've been reading the news lately or listening to the news, you've heard that there have some schools been censored right now in Salt Lake. Davis District particularly. They've hired a whole new person, assistant superintendent, just to look at controversial books. The parents want some of them banned. There's some Dr. Seuss books that they want to ban. There's a lot of them. I told you the 7 blind mice. They want to ban that one because it was the white mouse that figured out that it was an elephant they were looking at. So what do you do? What do you do when somebody comes in and wants to ban a book? Be aware what the First Amendment is. And then there is a great article called Intellectual Freedom and Individual Choice. But what I really like is there is another chart. When somebody comes in, I'm sure this is in every edition, so just find which chapter it is in yours. In mine is chapter 16. But when a person comes in and they want to ban a book, give them this paper. First of all, have you read it? Because sometimes parents come in and want to ban a book and they haven't. They heard the neighbor didn't like it.
Or they just read a sentence.
They just read a little grip about it, or somebody complained about it. Do they know the author? Do they know what it says? This will help you save you a lot of heartache. If a person has a real reason, then there is a committee probably that you can handle in your district if they're trying to ban a book that you're using. So these are really helpful so that they have some background and you know where they're coming from. So that controversial chapter is a very good book to read. And then mine, in this edition I'm using, number 17 is called Teaching with Children's Books. And I love this chapter. Learning to read and reading to learn. Gives you some great ideas how to use trade books. But I really like this one, the importance of access to books. That's why I asked you to do a search of the library, just to make sure that you know that you do have a school library, which I'm sure you do, but maybe you have a bookmobile, or maybe you have a city library, or maybe you have somebody like me that has every book there is out there and you can borrow them. But sometimes these students don't have access to books. And of course, on the internet now, how do they know that they're getting good information? Watch what they're looking up on the internet. So it talks about visual literacy. There's some great ideas about how to talk about books. And on page 245 in mine is called Death to the Traditional Book Report. We turn off more people to reading by making them do a big book report. They can't just read for pleasure. They can't just read to write or to draw. It gives you ideas how to do art and writing activities. So reconsider the traditional book report. You have to read all these pages and then you have to do a book report, and that turns them off a lot. So look these over and get ideas. I hope you like the text. I thought it was a cheaper book. You didn't have to pay a fortune for it. It had a lot of good ideas. Tells you how to build and use a classroom library, which I'm sure you already know. But there's a lot of good ideas in these textbooks. So I hope you've enjoyed, because these teachers teach at BYU and they teach the literature classes there, and they've tried to make it fun, and that's what I've tried to do with you. Not to make it so it's just test, 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 and quiz, 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 but no matter what chapter you're using or which edition, I hope you enjoyed the text. Okay, let's go back to the agenda a minute, please. It gives you some ideas here. I kind of summarized it because we're all on different texts. Here's some ideas of why we should use nonfiction. I'm sure you already know the Dewey Decimal System, But yet I was amazed one time when I was teaching at a school in southern Utah that they didn't use the Dewey Decimal System. This lady did her library by color of books. She put all the red books together and the yellow books together and the green books together. Don't leave me a funny look. I know. I thought, okay, how do they find anything? So make sure that they're using the Dewey Decimal System and teach your children. If they want a science, they go to the 500s. If they want literature, they go to the 800s. And sometimes the librarian will help you find or put out displays. It tells you how to evaluate your informational books. Here's some questions about multicultural books. Is there such a thing as parallel cultures? Is there a need for multicultural books? How do you judge them? Maria would be good to help you because Maria is working at Weber State. Maria, are you there? Tell us what you do in your job and all the wonderful help you're getting on your research.
Are you talking about the research project we're doing for level 2?
Yes,
So I am working with the University of Utah's reading clinic. Dr. Kathleen Brown is helping me and my team at Weber School District with Tier 1 reading instruction. So it's helping me with my ELL kids, teaching them how to choral read and echo read and focus on answering questions verbally through reading out loud together. And I'm also using that strategy when teaching children's books in my ELL classes as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And then it tells you some things to look at for the controversial books. If some parent comes and say, why do you use this book? Or why do you assign it? You know, you have something to back you up. Do you know of books that have been challenged? And what do you do about it? And here's some things that you can control. Circles of control. Consider these things. Carefully consider which books you're going to assign. Recognize that positive learning can come from negative portrayal sometimes. Judge books holistically. Determine when a book is developmentally appropriate. That's been a big one lately about dating and other activities between boys and girls, and what age do you even start it? Trust the instinct of children and how to handle challenges. Don't blame the Common Core. Everybody says, I have to teach it. I'm assigned to do that. I have to do that. So, you know, stand up for your rights and say, I don't think this is a good book, or I do think this is a good book. Have a policy, have a backup plan. T.S. Bell, who was said, I love this statement. He's our past U.S. Secretary of Education. He said, if we're going to improve education, to improve it, it's going to take student motivation, student motivation, student motivation. And Betsy DeVos, who just barely left, said it's going to take motivated teachers, well-prepared, trained, researching teachers, and happy teachers. So do you fit in those categories? Are you enjoying your teaching? And if you enjoy literature, the children will enjoy literature. If you don't, guess what? They probably don't either. Okay, we're up to sharing. Lindsay, would you like to share now, please? Lindsay, is your mic on? Calling Lindsay. I know she's there. She answered the roll, Lindsay.
She's waving. She's trying to get it to work.
Okay, we'll be patient. I know how it is. It can be so frustrating when technology doesn't do what you want it to do. We'll wait for Lindsay a minute and let her have time to figure out what she's doing. Can we help you in any way, Lindsay? Should we move on to Charlotte and let Lindsay work on her system? Apparently Lindsay can't get her speaker to work. Charlotte, would you like to be...
Sorry, really quickly, can you hear me now?
There. Yes, now we can. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to sign out and sign back in really quickly.
Thank you.
Okay. And likewise, I have all my resources on my computer, so I'm just going to go ahead and flip it and we'll look at it that way if that's okay with you guys.
Whatever works for you, Lindsay. I'm open to anything.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mama, why did you get this? Wait, she got that from you? No?
Okay, so I have the year 2016. And basically just here are a couple of the award winners here. The Newbery Award winner was this Last Stop on Market Street. I know it's pretty famous, and I know that a lot of people have probably read it and looked at it already. But it's a really sweet book. It just kind of talks about diversity and kind of finding beauty in maybe some unexpected places, really. Something that I really liked about this book is that even though it's a picture book, there's a lot of character development in it, and the language is really interesting. You can also see that there's lots of, like, even the dialogue gives lots of information about the characters there. So basically it's about, can you guys hear me? Okay. It's about this little boy here. This is, okay, perfect. This is CJ. He goes on a walk with his Nana, and it starts to rain. So they have to get on the bus, and they meet some of these interesting and very diverse people. And basically CJ just kind of learns about how there's kind of beauty in everything that they do. And eventually they make it to the food bank place. And so it's really nice. I like it a lot. It was a winner of the Newbery Award, and it also got an honor for the Caldecott and the Critic Scott King Award as well. So it's really cool. And this one I misunderstood. I thought it was for 2016 because I saw it in the textbook. And it's really exciting. So I will let the person who does 2017 explain this one, but I started reading it and it's pretty exciting. It definitely reminds me of To Kill a Mockingbird a little bit. It's called Wolf's Hollow, and it's really cool. And then the Caldecott winner for 2016 was Finding Winnie. This is a book that was mentioned in last class. It was talking basically about this bear, the true story of how Winnie the Pooh kind of came about to be. It definitely pulls in information about history a little bit and those types of things. So I like that the artwork is very simple and that it's very imaginative. It's, again, a very sweet book. I think kids would really enjoy it because they can relate to the story of Winnie the Pooh, right? They're like, I think it's great for them to see that these stories, this author's getting these ideas from real places. And then this was another honor winner for the Caldecott Award. This one's called Waiting. It's by Kevin Hankes. And again, this one's very sweet. It's just about these toys that are on this bookshelf looking out this they're on this windowsill, just looking out the whole time. And really the illustrations are very simple. It's just kind of these pastel colors and just simple lines and that type of thing. But you just see how everything changes. It's a very simple story, but I think kids would really like it because it's talking about toys, obviously, and just kind of the things that they do in their life when kids aren't necessarily sitting there looking, right? But yeah, very sweet, lots of fun, kind of heartfelt books from this year. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Lindsay? Those are good books, really good books. Charlotte, would you like to be next? 2017.
Sure. So I didn't get the Wolf Hollow one, so I'm glad you shared that one. I did get The Girl Who Drank the Moon, and this was the Newbery winner for 2017. So I haven't read it, but it's about this witch that she gets like a baby every year, and this girl, I guess, drank from the moonlight. She feeds the baby moonlight, and so it's about magic and about like, I think she decides to raise this girl and make her own. So instead of giving the baby away, so it looks very interesting. And then I got The Inquisitor's Tale. It's also fantasy. but it's like, seems to be back in time. So we've got some magic and then it's set back in time. And then the picture books. Oh, that was a Newbery Honor. And then the other Newbery Honor that I wanted to show you, I want to see if I can share my screen. I found it on Amazon. And
always remember too to look on Amazon or type in, because so many of them now you can find on the internet now.
so this is called Freedom Over Me, and it was a Newbery Honor, but I really, really liked it. In fact, out of all of them, this is one that I was tempted to buy. It's about the slaves, and I just think this artwork is amazing, and it talks about like their dreams and what the slaves were about, and it highlights different slaves. And so look at this like artwork. I'm surprised it wasn't a Caldecott. But I just think this is fascinating. I think this would be a really cool book to have in the classroom, especially when you're talking about the Civil War. And okay. And then we go to the picture books, the Caldecott. And you showed this one nope, sorry, wrong one. You showed this one last week. They all saw a cat. When I first saw it on the list, I was like, that looks like a really boring book. But as I looked at the pictures on here, it's actually, the artwork is amazing. It's showing what each animal sees the cat, how they see the cat through their eyes. And I thought that was really, really cool.
That's why I tried not to show it last week. I knew you'd be showing it this week, yeah.
And it was checked out at my library. So these are the only pictures I got. But I thought that's really, really fascinating how the illustrator took and did the way that they all saw the cat differently. I thought that was really neat.
And that's really good, a point of view. We all look at things from a different point of view, and that's wonderful to use. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Okay, and then the other two that I got from the library, you showed last week too, but Leave Me Alone was about this old lady, and like you said last week, she was trying to get away so she could do her knitting and get away from all these kids. And she even goes to the moon and meets aliens and in a black hole. And then she realizes when she finally gets everything knitted and she's in this black hole and she's absolutely alone, that she doesn't like to be alone anymore. And so she goes back to all the kids where she's happy. So I was kind of surprised that it was a Caldecott honor because I didn't think that the artwork was that exciting. But that's just me.
Somebody agrees with me.
I mean, it's cute, but I didn't think it was anything like out of the ordinary. So, and then The Radiant Child was really, the artwork was really good. And the story was really good too. Because not only does it tell about this artist's life, but it talks about how he was exposed to art through his mom and his dad. And it highlights the different types of art. So it talked about poetry, how he was exposed to poetry, and he was exposed to listening to jazz music. And then it talks about how art can be healing. And so I thought that this book has a lot of good qualities besides just the fact that it talks about this artist. It even talks about how like he colored outside the lines. And so like art doesn't have to be perfect, which I think a lot of times kids get caught up on, you know I do. You worry about the art looking just right and perfect. And so I really like this book as well. And this was the winner of the 2017 Caldecott. And and just to kind of show you a couple of pictures. So, but I enjoyed the story in this book as well. So, and that's pretty much all I have. Some of the other honors was Does It Talk and Freedom in Congo Square, which I wasn't able to find. And then that was all the ones that I could find for 2017.
Thank you. Making you aware too of some of the new ones. I haven't heard of some of those too either. I can't find them.
I was really surprised because as everybody's been sharing their books, I was like, oh yeah, I like that book. And when I pulled up 2017 to see what the winners and honors were, I was like, I don't know any of these books. So I found that I'm actually knowing the older books and not the more recent books. I was kind of surprised. I'm like, I better get with the times.
Thank you, Charlotte. Any questions for Charlotte? Okay, Suzanne, would you like to do 18?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay. So the Newbery winner was Hello Universe, and I will admit that I had full intentions of reading it, but I was too busy finishing some others. But sounds like a very cute story about four intertwining points of view, two boys, two girls. You can see from the picture they end up, in a well. So the four are up, and so a prank went wrong, and this boy ends up in a well. So it's all about how they work together to save this kid in the well. And they're not really friends, but the prank traps them, Virgil and his pet guinea pig at the bottom of the well. And then it leads the rest to figure out why he's missing and where he is. And it's through luck, smarts, bravery, and a little help from the universe, a rescue is performed, a bully is put in his place, and friendship blooms. So it sounds like a really cute story. So that was the winner. And the runner-ups, I couldn't find all of them, but I found a few. Crown, an ode to a fresh cut. So it's cute. It's all about going to the barbershop and getting a fresh cut. And the artwork is pretty cool. Just this one boy's perspective on what a fresh cut brings. And it just talks about all different types and what it can do for you, and kind of how this barber changed this author's life. So there's that. And then another
something as simple
it's really cute.
Simple as a haircut.
Yep, simple, yeah.
Simple as a haircut, yeah.
Yep, it's a cute book. And then Long Way Down, I definitely would love to read this. Jason Reynolds. And I could only find the graphic novel. But this sounds like a really good book as well. The description is a cannon, a strap, a piece, a biscuit, a burner, a heater, a chopper, a gat, a hammer, a tool for rule. Or you can call it a gun. So this 15-year-old Will shoved a gun in the back of his waist pants of his jeans because his brother Sean was just murdered. He ends up in an elevator, and a girl walks in that he had saved years earlier in a park when there was another shooting and stray bullets. And so he saved her, and then somebody else walks in. So it's basically about this elevator ride down of all these different people coming into his life, and that it talks him out of going to seek revenge for the murder of his brother. So it sounds like it's really good, fast and furious, a teenager's view on gun violence. And then the Caldecott winner is Wolf in the Snow. And this is really cute. Basically wordless, with the exception of a couple words for sounds, but otherwise wordless. But it's about this little girl walking home from school. She gets lost in the snow, and she runs into a bunch of wolves. But turns out that she's not the only one lost. So is a little pup. So she and the pup get together. They form this little relationship, and the two of them manage to find their way home. It's really cute, and they did such a good job with the expression of both the little girl and the wolf. And if I can find she fends off some predators with the baby wolf. And then there's the reunion with mom. And then they manage also to protect the girl, because she ends up getting so tired. She falls asleep in the snow, and the wolves basically protect her until her family, there's a picture of that, her family manages to find her, and the wolves kind of make sure she got reunited with her family. So super sweet book.
That's also a true story, Suzanne. That actually happened to a family up in Yellowstone.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was based on a story. They made it up, but that happened. That little girl was lost, and the wolves did help her. I don't know if they got with mama and all that stuff, but a little exaggeration. But yeah, she was lost, and they found her.
Wow. I did not know that. That makes it even more intriguing story behind it. So, and then I didn't get any runner-up Caldecott. I could only do the main one. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Suzanne? Lori, would you like to do 2000?
Sorry, really quick, Suzanne, can you tell me the title of that one about gun violence?
Yeah, A Long Way Down.
A Long Way Down. Thank you.
And that's selling
there's
out
graphic
fast.
novel.
Yeah.
Sounds really good.
Because of the environment right now and things that are happening, the Deseret Book said they can't keep that one in stock right now. Every teacher wants that one to talk it through with the teenagers, that you don't have to have violence, you talk it out. Any other questions for Suzanne?
I have a book recommendation.
Okay.
Going along with Jason Reynolds' Long Way Down, he just came out with another book that's a graphic novel called Stunt Boy. It came out a couple of days ago. It's like New Kid meets Diary of a Wimpy Kid in graphic novel form, and all of my kids have been loving it so far.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have that one. Thank you very much. I will buy it tomorrow, maybe, if I can find it. Brindy, I saw you join the class, right, Brindy? I guess not. Okay, Lori, 2019?
Okay, yeah, I had 219. The winner for 2019 for Caldecott winner was Hello Lighthouse. Can you guys see that okay? The interesting thing about this author and illustrator, Sophie Blackall, is she was also the Caldecott winner in 2016, the one that Lindsay showed us, the Finding Winnie one. So she won again just 3 years later. And for this book, and she uses Chinese ink and watercolor to make her artwork, and her pictures, her illustrations are they're just beautiful. And so this is a story about a man. He arrives at the lighthouse and to take a new job as its keeper. And I just love the cutaways. I don't know if you can see that or not, but the little cutaways.
Yeah, we can see them really well.
Good oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the little cutaways on each page that shows the inside of the lighthouse. So he's busy tending the light, painting the walls, cooking the food, but he's lonely, so he often writes these messages and he puts them in the bottle and tosses them in the sea. And then after a while, a boat arrives bringing supplies to the man, and he also brings a wife for the man. And anyway, after a while, they have a daughter, and several years later, electricity comes to the lighthouse, and the man is no longer needed at the lighthouse. So he and his family move away, and it's so cute. At the end, it shows they didn't move very far. It's so cute. There's a fold-out page. I don't know if you can see this or not, but it shows this is the little house.
Yep,
right here, and it's shining the light back to the lighthouse where they were. So it's so cute. They didn't move very far away. And the back of the book, it's kind of fun. It tells a lot about the lighthouses back then, when there was actually people living there and the ones who took care of them. So it kind of explains a little bit. You could show and tell your students about actual lighthouses.
Lori, she says she wrote that because she was talking about lighthouses, because she knew about them. And she said she had 15 children in her classroom and not one of them had ever seen a lighthouse. So they had no idea what she was talking about. They thought they meant a lighthouse, a house with lights on it. And so that's why she wrote the book, trying to explain to them.
Yeah, she did a really good job, and the illustrations are just beautiful. Okay, so the next book I have is a book that's called Alma and How She Got Her Name, and it's written and illustrated by Juana Martinez Neal, and it's a Caldecott honor book, and it's just this cute little story about a girl named Alma, Sofia Esperanza Jose Pura Candela, and she thinks her name is too long because she says it never fits. So her dad tells her the story of each ancestor that she's named after, and for each one of her names. And at the very end, she just loves her name because she's gotten to know each one of the ancestors. And so it's a cute little story, and it's probably for
That's
ages.
a good genealogy book.
Yeah, so cute. And probably ages 4 to 8 year olds, maybe. This one I absolutely loved. It's A Big Moon Cake for Little Star. It's by Grace Lynn. And this is also a Caldecott honor book. And it tells the story of Little Star and her mother. Let me see if I can, so cute. Little Star and her mother, and they're baking this big moon cake and putting it in the sky to cool. Her mother tells her not to eat it until she and her Little Star, and Little Star agrees to, but of course, each night Little Star wakes up in the middle of the night and sneaks out to the big moon cake, and she takes a little nibble out of the big moon cake until there's no moon cake left. And then the mother says, Little Star, you ate the big moon cake again, didn't you? And Little Star looked up, and her grin reflecting in her mother's smile, and she says, yes, Mama. And then Little Star said, nodding, now let's go make another one. So it's just this cute little whimsical story of the tale of the phases of the moon. So it's just so cute. The pictures are just gorgeous, and it's cute. I just thought
It's a good science book. Yeah, it's a good science
very
book.
much so. Yeah, and it's for preschool to ages probably up to 3rd grade, I'd say. The next book I have, it's a picture book again, and oh, it's so cute. Didn't win an award or anything, but I loved it. I had to buy it. This one's called Truman, and it's by Jean Reedy, and it's about this cute little tortoise named Truman, and he lives with his friend Sarah, and Sarah leaves for her first day of school, and he just doesn't quite understand. So it's one of those, if kids are afraid to go to the first day of school, instead of following the child to school, it follows the day in the life, what Truman had to endure that day, and he had to be brave and courageous, and he had to get out of his little cage, and he made it clear across his little adventure, clear across the living room. And just as he was about to slip under the door, of course, Sarah comes home, and eventually she ends up taking him to show and tell. So kind of a cute story.
That is a cute one. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's so cute. Yeah, it's fun that I got 2019 because I know a lot of the older books. So I was excited when I got 2019 because there's some of the newer books I didn't know about either. Okay, and this last picture book I have is called High Five, and it's the same author of the book Dragons Love Tacos. And anyway, it's so cute. So it's a cute rhyming story about a high five championship of the world event where no human has ever won. So there's this sensei who trains the reader, and the reader is entered into this high five championship. And so the reader has to sit there and high five each one of the different little creatures in this competition. And of course, the reader, in the end, the reader wins. And so it's a really fun, interactive book. So if you have like reluctant little readers that don't like to engage in books or anything or read books, they're interacting with it the whole entire time because they're high-fiving it. So no time to get bored. So this is a cute one for probably like 3 to 6 year olds. I just thought that was fun. I had little boys. I had little boys. They're all big boys now. And that would have been a fun one for them. Kept them entertained. So some of the chapter books, this is the only one I couldn't find, was the actual the Newbery Award winner. And it's Mercy Suarez Changes Gears. So Mercy knew that 6th grade was going to be different, but she had no idea just how different. Says, for starters, as strong and thoughtful as Mercy is, she had never been completely like the other kids at her private school in Florida because she and her older brother, Rolly, are scholarship students. So they don't have a big house or a fancy boat. and they have to do extra community service to make up for their free tuition. And then also things aren't going very well at home either. Mercy's grandfather and her most trusted ally has been acting strange. He's been forgetting important things, falling down. He's been getting angry over nothing. So Mercy is left to her own worries because no one in her family will tell her what's going on. So it's like a coming of age story that gets to the heart and confusion and constant change of middle schoolers. And also it says the connections that define family. And this is probably good for ages 4th grade through 7th grade. And I just thought that would probably be a really good one, because a lot of topics in there that you could talk about that some of the other of your own students might be going through at the same time. This one you probably know about. This one's so popular. Our librarian says she can hardly keep these books in. All the graphic novels in our libraries always gets checked out so quickly. So graphic novel, this is by a very popular author, Raina I can't say her last name, Telgemeier, I think. But it's, what I didn't know about this book, it's based on her childhood. So I didn't know that. And this author has written her other popular books are called Smile and Sisters, which are also graphic novels. And I guess they're memoirs. The author says when she wrote this, she dealt with a lot of stomach aches and anxiety in her whole life. And she said she wanted to write a book that helped encourage students to talk about how they feel. And she says it takes guts to admit how you feel in the inside, but chances are others will be able to relate. So it's a really good book. I forgot to tell you the title, sorry, Guts. It's a good book for students to know they're not alone if they're stressed or worried or have anxiety, to maybe get some encouragement to know that it's okay to talk to somebody about it. But the reading level is 3rd through 7th grade. This one,
I know a faculty where the whole faculty's reading that right now because they're all stressed out and they're just reading it and enjoying it.
Yeah, yes, I could use that one too sometimes. All right, so this one's so cute. When I was showing our librarian about this, she didn't have this one, but I found it. I, of course, had to buy it on Amazon. It's called Max and the Midnights, and the author is of the Big Nate books, and our librarian didn't know about it. And it was, the funny thing was, I was in our library showing my librarian about it. I was like, oh, you've got to get this book, because she was just telling me about graphic novels and how popular they are. And a 5th grade class was in there at the same time, and they were all up checking out their books while I was showing it to her, and they were all like, oh, I want that book, I want that book. They were just listening to me talk to her about it, and they're like, oh, I want to check that book out. And so of course she bought this one, and this is the first one of 3 books in the series. Maybe there's possibly going to be more, but the first one's out and the second one is out. And the 3rd one is coming out in March of this March. And anyway, it just says, need a hero? It's Max to the rescue. It's the Middle Ages and Max wants to be a knight, but the unlikely dream seems impossible after Uncle Budrick is kidnapped by the cruel King Ghastly. So he goes on this big adventure and this big tale. So anyway, I thought a lot of maybe boys would like this one too, girls too, but anyway, a lot of reluctant readers might find this to be really good. And then the last one I have is also a graphic novel. It's called White Bird, and it's a book by the author who wrote Wonder. This is the author's graphic novel debut. This book is about Julian, who is actually Augie Pullman's classroom bully in the book Wonder. So Julian's at a new school and he has to do a humanities project at school. So he calls his grandmother, who had lived in France during World War II. So White Bird reveals a new side to Julian's story as he discovers the moving and powerful and heartrending story of his grandmother, whose name is Sarah, and she was hidden from the Nazis by a family as a young Jewish girl. And it's about the boy that she and her classmates once shunned that became her savior and best friend. So it says, Sarah's harrowing experience demonstrates the power of kindness to change hearts, build bridges, and even save lives. As grandmother tells Julian, it always takes courage to be kind, but in those days, such kindness could cost you everything. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I was reading online about this book that it's going to be turned into a movie, and it's going to be released next September in 2022. So, you know, maybe try to have your kids read it before the movie comes out, because sometimes once the movie comes out, they won't go back and read the book. But so anyway, so
Can I ask a question about that one?
Sure.
Is that the same? Is it the same? Maybe you don't know this. Is it the same storyline from Augie and Me, like which is like the second Wonder book, or is it like a different take on that same story?
I think it takes the character Julian, and he's like in a different school, and it's mostly about the grandmother, because he has to do this humanities project. So I'm not exactly sure. I didn't read the whole book. I just kind of skimmed through it and read parts of it, but it's mostly about the grandmother's story, Julian, and Julian is from the book Wonder.
Well, in the second one, if you haven't read Augie and Me, the second Wonder book,
I didn't read the second. I read the first one, not the second.
His story's in there, and it's very moving. It's worth reading. So I was curious if it's the same or just like a different twist. So thanks.
That is a good question. Sorry, I don't know that.
No, you're.
All right. Anyway, that's it. This is probably reading level 4th through 7th grade.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. Any questions for Lori? Very interesting. Andy already did 2020. Anything else you want to say, Andy? Maybe she's lost it. Corinne, 2021.
I'm here. Okay, I'm going to do the Caldecots first, but I'm going to do them in the order that my children chose. So I have the top 5. So their favorite, I have 4 boys. Their favorite was The Catman of Aleppo. And this was, I thought it was interesting to note, this was done in ink, and then it was filled in let me see if I can figure this out here.
Yeah, we can see it looks really good.
Okay, it was done in what do they call that? Photoshop. The color was done in Photoshop. So the original drawings were in ink, and then they scanned them in, and then the color was done in Photoshop. Anyway, it's the story of Aleppo is, I think, the capital city of in Syria. And this man in this story, he when war broke out, he stayed. A lot of people left. The main character in the story, he stayed because he was an ambulance driver, and they needed him, so he didn't leave. And he was noticing that a lot of cats got left, and so this is the story of how he takes care of the abandoned cats in the city of Aleppo, and it's a really, really good story. So that was my kids' favorite.
Why did they say it was? What did they like most? What did they say?
They like cats.
Okay.
That's kind of it.
Do you have lots of cats?
No, we just have one. They wish. But
They wish
another
for.
interesting thing about this book is this is the only one in all the Caldecots and all of the Newberries that had a man on that he was a co-author. He's actually from Syria. All of the rest of the Caldecott winners and Newberries from this year it's 100% women. This was the only one that had a man, and he was a co-author on that one. I thought that was interesting that this was their favorite, and it was the only one that had a man. Anyway, so their second place was called Outside In, and this is adorable. It's watercolor and charcoal, and it's a story about how it's basically just encouraging kids to get outside and remember. I'll read you the first couple of pages because they're really cute. It says, once we were part of outside, and outside was part of us. There was nothing between us. And then it goes through and talks a lot about now we're always inside, and even when we're outside, we're inside. It shows a kid in a car being inside when she's outside. And so it's adorable. And then, after you read it, you just want to go outside and play. The third one was A Place Inside of Me. This is a book written in verse. It's the subtitle is A Poem to Heal the Heart, and it's really sweet. This little boy, it's just a sweet poem of basically how even though things are hard for him and he's got all these different feelings, he's got anger because of how people who are like him are being mistreated. It's a really hopeful story, and it ends with I can be free, and I can hope, and I can treat people the way that I want to be treated. And it talks about people who that he can look up to.
And great words. Look at those words. Triumphant.
Yep,
Beautiful.
triumphant
Yeah.
and beautiful. Yeah, it's really cool. For there is love inside of me, true love deep down inside of me. Oh, it's just so sweet. This is the winner. It's called We Are Water Protectors, and the pictures are breathtaking. I mean, they're just amazing. And this is a Native American story. This is talking about it's called the Dakota Access Pipeline. This is a Native American response to the Dakota Access Pipeline, and basically how many tribes banded together to fight it. They were unsuccessful, but the story is beautiful and hopeful anyways. And you can, I mean, it's easy to see why it won the award. It's just, I'll show you my favorite one. Well, they're all my favorite. Every page is so beautiful.
And Corinne, there's already been 18 parents do that controversial, get rid of this one.
Really?
So
Yeah.
You have to have a policy. Have you read it?
My husband didn't like this one either because it's the oil and I said, you know what? This is the whole reason we read. You need to see things from someone else's perspective. It doesn't mean you have to agree. And then the last one that I have here is called Mama and Me. And it's a little girl and her mom, and it just goes through their day. And it's pretty much as simple as that. It's just the story of a mother and
But it's so simple.
daughter.
That's what makes it so good. It's so simple. Doesn't have to be outstanding. It's just my mama and me. Just a good day. Yeah.
Just a good day.
We
Yep,
need a
that's all
good
it
day.
is.
Yeah. They said for social emotional learning, that's an excellent one. Just a good day.
Yep, it really is. And it just shows kind of, it's an interesting look. It's from the child's perspective, and she just sees her mom, her beautiful, gorgeous mom, and then at the end you see there's actually a dad and a brother too, but she's like, oh, it's just mom and me. Okay, the Newberries. This was the winner. It's called When You Trap a Tiger. It's the story of two sisters, and they go to live with their halmoni. They're Korean Americans, and they go to live with their halmoni in Oregon because their halmoni is sick. But they don't know that until a little further in the book, and it's a really great family story. I read that. Actually, I read all of them. Pretty proud of that.
Good for you. So what if the dishes didn't get done?
This one is called We Dream of Space, and it's by the same author that I think the winner of Suzanne's Year. She wrote Hello Universe. And this is actually, I guess you would classify it as historical fiction. The setting is 1987. So the main is the story of three siblings. They're right here on the cover, and the girl, the sister, really is into space, and everybody's really excited about the Challenger shuttle takeoff, and so it goes through, all the buildup that was centered around that, and I guess NASA arranged, unfortunately, to have several schools watch a satellite broadcast of the Challenger launch. And so it talks about just how that affected the country and specifically this little family. It's a really cool story. This
Corinne?
is another one. Yes.
Corinne, stop a minute and listen to what Laura said here. Laura, come say that. I have to give Laura the mic because we only have one mic.
I'm just thinking that it might have been across the whole country because the teacher was on board. Because
Yes.
I watched it when I was in high school.
Did you really?
I did, yep. And I just remember everybody. I was a senior, and I was in my international relations class, and we were all watching it and trying to figure out what was going on.
Oh.
And the teacher just got up and went and turned off the broadcast. So.
And that
Great connection. Thank you. That was interesting.
That's crazy. So it was that like every school had access to it?
Yeah, a lot of them did. Yeah.
Oh.
That was
May I-
California that did.
May I
Bonnie,
comment on
did
that
you?
too? Yeah, I was in 6th grade. We weren't watching it at the time that it happened, but very shortly after, because of all the news reports that were going on, that was the rest of the day for us, was watching that broadcast. And that day is seared into my memory because of that. And then one other thing I was going to say, when I was in my education cohort at the U, my science methods instructor, Julie Guest Newsom, was my instructor, and she said that she was the second choice for that teacher to go on that shuttle.
Wow.
And yeah, so Krista McAuliffe went, and she obviously died in that shuttle. And my instructor was the second choice for that. And that just really brought that home. So I actually want to get that book. Thank you for showing that, Corinne.
Yeah, it's excellent. I loved it.
What was the name of that book again? I'm sorry.
It's called We Dream of Space.
Thank you.
This one I kept thinking was a Caldecott, but it's a Newbery honor. It's a novel in verse. Well, it's not really a novel. I don't know what it is. It's written in 6-line poems, which I thought was cinquains, but the author calls it sixing. Anyway, so this is about Henry Box Brown. He is a slave who it tells his life story. And he mailed himself across the Mason-Dixon line in a crate, and he lived. It's amazing. And she wrote the story. She did a ton of research, and she wrote the story based on his own writing. She tried to use his language, and it's really well done. I think after he got across the line, to make his living, he turned into a magician, and he showed how he got in the box, and he learned how to do tricks, and that's how he was able to make a living for himself. The next one, this is called All 13, The Incredible Cave Rescue of the Thai Boys Soccer Team by Christina Soontornvat. I think I said that very wrong. She actually won 2 honors this year. I don't know how you write and publish a book twice to get 2 honors in a year. But anyway, this was her nonfiction, and she won 1 for a fantasy book that is a retelling of Les Mis. And that's the only one I didn't get and didn't read. But this story is a true story about a soccer team that got stuck in a cave that flooded in the year, what was it, 2008, I think? No, 2018. So the whole soccer team, they went on adventures often together. And it just happened that the day that they went on this cave adventure, it, excuse me, it rained a ton. And the book goes through, she tells the story from a lot of perspectives. And she also talks about the science of it. And I'm not going to be able to find the page, but she talks about what the mountain is made of and how the water seeps through and floods very, very quickly in this mountain in Thailand. It's called Tom Luang is the cave system. So these boys were stuck in the cave and they couldn't find them. Oh man, it's an amazing story. Anyway, they were stuck in there for more than 2 weeks. They found them after about a week, and they had to scuba dive all of the kids. They sedated them, and they had to like tie them to a diver and then get them all out of the cave separately, and they all lived miraculously. So it's an amazing story.
It was all over the news. We all watched it. Yeah.
I didn't. I had no idea. Okay, and then the last one I have is called Fighting Words, and I did not want to read this, but I did. It's a story about sexual abuse. I thought, okay, I'm going to make myself read this because it's important to know. I'm really glad I did. I cried several times, and I might cry right now, but I think it is an important book. But it's a heartbreaker for sure. That's all. I'm done.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Before
Any
you cry
comments,
over that book
questions
again.
for her? Don't cry, don't cry.
Can I ask you, what was that box about? The book called for Henry Box. What was that called again?
It's called Box. Henry Brown Mails Himself to Freedom.
Thank you. That was really hard. I should have remembered that.
And
Other comments, questions for
his name
her?
was Henry Brown, but they started to call him Henry Box Brown because that was his stage name.
Wonderful, good, great presentation. Let's take a 10-minute break, come back, and then we will get ready to end, and you get to go home early before the snowstorm hits. So take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everybody. Very much appreciated. Brindy, did I see? Yeah, I'm gonna say, did I see you come? Yeah.
I've been on the phone and now I'm on the computer. So can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. I saw you a little while ago. I saw you there. So
No.
I marked you here.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Yeah. Can you hear us? I can hear you. Can you hear us? No? Brindy? Can you see us? Brindy, can you see us, hear us? No? She can't hear us. Brindy?
Are you there, Luis? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. I can hear you. She can't hear us for some reason. Yeah. How do I get out of this full screen? Maybe that's it.
Try escape.
Where?
Just on your keyboard.
Where?
Upper left-hand corner.
Right there? Yeah. It doesn't reduce it. I tried that, see? I tried escape and it doesn't get me out of it. That's me. That was my...
Can you click on your picture? Oh, you need to find it on here, right? So minimize.
Go ahead.
Oh. Minimize that for a minute. Oh, that didn't bring that up.
Because I can
That's
see
not
her.
the right one.
I can see her just fine, but I can't find the right one either. I tried all these different things.
Can you hear me now, Luis?
I can. Yes.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
good.
we can hear you and see you, but I couldn't get to the answer to us. Yeah.
Oh goodness. And my phone wouldn't let me talk to you either. I've been here for quite a while, so
Yeah, I
we're here.
saw your face. I saw your face there. Thank
Okay.
you. I can't get it. Yeah, I can't either. Yeah, I don't know why either. So I wonder if it's not going to show this either. It's not going to get out of that now. Somebody's got it hooked into, so I can't get it back out now. It won't go to the machine. I don't know how to get myself back out now. It's usually just escape right there. So I don't know the answer. I'll just...
Can you click on your little box and change it to... There should be one, like...
Yeah, I know there should be.
Down at the bottom, you should be able to...
Yeah, I can't find it, see?
What if you go up to window on your computer? If you go up to window, can you pull up a different window?
I don't even see where window is on mine. See, I don't even...
So if you go to window.
Right here?
No, right there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
No, minimize. No,
that didn't do it, see? No, that didn't do it.
You have everything connected?
Yep, everything's the same, but I can't get myself back out of that now, see? You won't go to... They're taking over control of it, and it won't do anything. See, I can do it here, but I can't do it there. I've never had that happen before, so I don't know the answer.
Try and turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, see what happens. I tried that too. There we go. Now see if no, see, it's just, anyway, we'll just let it go. I don't know the answer. We have a question. Now that we have sharing our screen, we can't get out of it. Anybody have a question how we can get out of the sharing your screen? Can anybody hear us? Brindy, can you hear us? She can't. You can hear us, Brindy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There should be a prompt that comes up when you move your mouse that says stop sharing.
Yeah, but I don't, that's what we're looking for, and we can't find it to stop sharing. That's what we're looking for. And I don't see it anywhere. I've looked everywhere.
Yeah, it's.
We're all trying here. Just a minute. We're all trying to get out of stop sharing, but I don't know where it's at.
So what down here? Is it that one?
No, that's Skype.
Okay.
You know, I went across all of these. And not one of these says system preference. I tried that one. Not one of them says stop sharing, see? Photo booth.
Well, you're looking for the program
Yeah.
that this is running.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I can't tell which icon
I can't
it is
either.
down here.
It's not this one. That's QuickTime Player. I thought it was that one. We tried that one 4 or 5 times, haven't we? It's not this one. It's just not any of them, so I don't know which one it is, see? Getting myself out doesn't make any difference.
Well, this is a web-based thing, so it wouldn't be an app. You'd be on your browser.
We're still trying here.
There's two of you have two of them open there. Try the other one.
Nope, it's not that either. That's Launchpad.
No, that
no.
one.
That's Google.
Okay.
That's not it. See, we've tried every one of them. Anyway, we'll just go ahead and end. Okay. Remember, on Class 1, I gave you a complete list of all the Caldecott winners and all the Newberry winners. So if you don't remember some of the ones they were talking about, you'll go back there and on Class 1 find that handout. Now, this is our last class. Remember, if you didn't hear us, you don't have to visit a library. You I put in 40 points anyway because that's just an option. You have another week before I have to turn grades in. Any other comments, questions, anything I can help anybody with? Okay, I won't see you again till April. Have a good Christmas. I've enjoyed this class. I thank you so much for all your participation and sharing all this wonderful literature. And I love the way you enjoy it. That's going to go back to your classroom, and that makes all the difference in the world. If teachers enjoy it, the students are going to enjoy it. So if there's any comments or questions or anything I can help you with, let me know. And other than that, good night. It's 7 o'clock. You get to go home and have a good night's sleep. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing.
Can
Good
I
night,
ask
good
one
night.
question?
Yes, go right ahead, Stacy.
I know I've asked so many questions tonight, and I'm just so
That's
sorry. My
okay.
house has been so busy. Someone showed a story tonight about each page was about slavery and talked about the slaves. Does anybody remember what that book was called?
Yeah, that was from 2017. And it's Freedom. Let me see what the whole.
Freedom in the Congo, that one.
No, Freedom Over Me.
Freedom Over Me.
Over
11
Me.
slaves, yeah. Freedom
Thank
Over
you.
Me, 11 Slaves, The Lives and Dreams Brought to Life by Ashley Bryan.
Thank you.
Welcome. Anything else? Now,
Louise,
for the
hey,
next-
Louise. So are you okay if I record for my action research, if I record that and send that to you guys?
That is fine, Brindy, and enjoy your time.
Okay, thank you.
Let me tell you one more thing. Our class in April, you do not need to buy a text. For those that'll be in that class in April, you do not need to buy a text. The textbook is like $200 and it's not worth that much at all. So there'll be plenty of handouts, so don't worry about a text for the class in April. Any other
Thank
comments
you.
or questions? Yep.
Louise, I have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
This is my last class and I need to get my transcript. So should I wait a week before I request those?
Yeah, because I can't turn them in for a week. I don't know when the SUU will post them, but I have to turn them in a week. And then I don't know if they wait till after Christmas to post. I don't know what SUU does.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much, Louise. You're a wonderful
Thank you.
teacher.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. Such a great class.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
That's still not going to turn off the camera so people could still see you. And near you probably, if that's,
I don't know.
is that in sleep mode?
No, I just turned it off.
Like you shut down the computer?
Mm-hmm. Yes, completely shut down. It was still up there.
That's,
I've never had that happen.
yeah, something.
Where?